first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter-horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
Mr. Terry Burks. Terry is from Bowling Green, Kentucky. He's a retired professor of English Studies from Cheerfong University in China. He's former owner of Dynasty Club Lambs. Terry has both his BS and MS degrees in animal science from Western Kentucky University. Terry's judged over 1,200 shows in 43 different states. Let's welcome Terry Burks to the North American and to the showmanship classes. Assisting us in the ring today with awards is the American Corriedale Queen, Katie McKee from Wyoming. Katie attends East High School. She's been showing sheep with her grandparents for the past 6 years. Let's welcome Katie also and thank her for her assistance with the showmanship classes today. Exhibitors on the outside of the ring are now excused. We ask that you exit the ring at the south end. Exit at the south end, please. Thank you for your participation.
certainly a phenomenal set of these older showmen out here, and my congratulations to all of them. I am very comfortable as you evaluate this set of 40-some young people that came out here. There is a wealth of buckles and trophies hanging on walls at homes, and I sent some of them back to the barn. You got to realize, guys, when you're in this level of competition in this older class, it's got to be your day. The sheep's got to cooperate and those kind of things, and it's just that look that you present. None of you are making mistakes. That's not an issue out here. It's just who's doing it effortlessly, who's getting them presented. For me, I think the two young ladies on the top are just natural showmen. I'm convinced you could hitch them to a grizzly bear and they'd get them shown. They're comfortable, they're relaxed in terms of presentation. I think the difference is the young lady that's going to lead out the drive, particularly when I came into the last handle, she just manned up just a little bit more in terms of making sure that sheep stayed together in terms of foot placement. I really like how she sets off the front end in that sheep as she's doing now. Extremely nice job, just excellent all the way through. Young lady in second, just a lot like her in terms of smoothness, in terms of presentation of style. I love both of their demeanors in the ring in terms of how they present themselves, particularly on the move. And to me, that's part of the reason that those two separate from third and fourth out here in this final deal. Young lady in third, she's one of those that just keeps growing on you. She's got a sheep that's a little harder to show. That one doesn't want to get comfortable out here, but man, she does the little things that it takes. She works the top line. She gets those feet set as correct as she can. Really, really nice on front end presentation, and I appreciate that. I think a really nice job. Young lady with the black view coming next. The only thing I'd say, sweetheart, is you're really particular about detail in terms of trying to get this sheep put together, and I like that. Just make sure you always be aware of what's going on with the sheep all the time. Got a couple of things with that one we needed to fix at times out here. Some trash when we get onto that one. Go ahead and get that off. Just from a presentation standpoint, no, that's not why you're fourth today. I think the sheep hurt you just a little bit in the final deal out here in terms of that one getting comfortable. Young lady in fifth does a phenomenal job out here. You have a little bit different style. You're a little more what I'd call a weather type style of showmanship, but yet you don't overdo it. You stay off your front end. The thing I would say for me is in a breeding sheep show, stay off the ears. Stay off the ears for me. Let the ears be natural. I don't have a problem with you going ahead and getting into the sheep and bracing it from that standpoint. The end is just like now. You got her setting too narrow behind in relation to where she's at up front, but a phenomenal job. Toughest job in the class is the young lady coming next just because of the size of that sheep. But you do a phenomenal job. She's tough to make look good on the move, and it's not her issue. She just fights you a little bit more on her head in terms of presentation out here. Obviously, setting rear feet get to be a little bit of an issue on her, but you handle it extremely well. You're comfortable. You're relaxed. I thought some really good showmen. Young man overstretches just a little bit. Two young ladies here get just a little bit fast at times for me. Young man showing one that just doesn't want to sit. Young lady on the end is a phenomenal showman. The sheep wants to be somewhere else today other than on the green shavings. Give them a nice round of applause, guys. Great first class.
Results from our class number one. Our 20-year-old and older class of senior showmanship. First place goes to contestant 12014, Olivia Scuddery. Second place to contestant number 12004, Lindsay Eddy. Third to 12045, Ellie Hansen. Fourth place, Megan Higgins. Fifth place, Cynthia Connolly. Sixth place, Elizabeth Thiessen. 7, Clay Schoen. 8th place to Lexi Grace. 9 to Amanda Willard. And 10th place to Carson Lobdell. We do remind our contestants, first and second place individuals in each class will be called back whenever we show for division champion and reserve champion. We will show for champion and reserve champion in each division, so first and second place animals and contestants need to be ringside and ready whenever we're ready for that class.
Another really high-quality group of showmen on the top end of this class. I think the top four are really, really competitive out here when you get into them. I think the young lady that's going to lead out the drive, occasionally she gets the nose just a little higher than I'd prefer out here, just in terms of presentation. But she works on trying to get it down. It's extremely accurate in terms of foot placement. She's the most comfortable in transition as I watch her show. She's the effortless one out here in terms of her presentation style. Young man that's going to come second, he's a little more aggressive in terms of presentation. I like how he gets this sheet put together. Really, really good in terms of front-end presentation. For me, at times, wants to get a little aggressive in terms of how he works the belly and the top line of this one when I'm on profile, but dead accurate in terms of foot placement. Really does a nice job in terms of getting this one to look its best out here. Young lady in third, I think, is one of those that really does a nice job. At times wants to get a little bit of trouble in terms of setting that one a touch splayed out up front, but I think a really nice job in terms of just being comfortable and at ease in terms of presentation. Really a nice job. The young man next, really again, nice job. Again, gets the nose just a touch high for me in terms of presentation out here. At times wants to let the spine come up in that one just a bit, and that hurt him just a touch. Young man coming next, again, does a nice job. Probably when I work the front ends of him just a little bit, the one that was the least comfortable in terms of front end presentation for me, but really does a nice job of putting this one together and making it look the part. Young lady coming next. Sweetheart, you're a better showman than the you let you be today. You're really smooth, you're comfortable. I like your style in the ring, extremely good in terms of show ring presence. The you at times wants to dance on you and fight you just a little bit, and that makes it tough out here. Young lady with the natural, I think, does a nice job. That one's kind of one of those that wonders all the time. She's kind of head star crazy out here, but you don't let it bother you. You stay comfortable, you stay relaxed. It's just foot placement that got you just a little bit. So move on down the line, some really, really good showmen. It just came down to comfort and ease and smoothness. Some of you, for me, got a little aggressive in terms of a little more weather style and getting on the ears just a touch for me. My two down here on the end, that was just crazy, man. That's just the problem with that one in terms of comfort. My little buddy down here on the end, super relaxed and comfortable. Maybe at times got just a little lost with me, but great, great job. Give them a nice round of applause, guys.
Placing on our class of 19-year-olds, first place goes to contestant 12057, Shaylee Maddox of Oklahoma. Second place to 12002, Tyler Getzloff of Florida. Third place to Krista Brown. 4, Chase Brennan. 5, Sam Gullion. Sixth place to Amara Bugenhagen. 7, Emily Anderson. 8th place, Hannah Needham. 9, Hayden Taylor. And 10th place to Elijah Swanson. Contestants on the outside of the ring, you're now excused. Thank you for participating in today's showmanship classes. Please exit at the south end of the show ring.
Once again, another really outstanding group of showmen on the top end of the class. I think these top four are really, really competitive out here. Young lady that kind of winds up winning the thing, I think, to me, is the one that just, as we got longer into the drive, she didn't change. The other two got a little faster. They sped up on me and got to overworking them just a little bit. That young lady's very, very comfortable in terms of presentation style. Really does a nice job on the front end. I think when you watch her present this sheep, she doesn't just jump out and grab you, but she doesn't make any mistakes, and she's just so consistent in terms of getting this one presented. I thought the young lady in second was the one to win it the first 90% of the class. Extremely solid, really gets this sheep presented for me. Super good in terms of style. When I switched you so you had to set feet on the other side, she didn't go for that game at all, and it made you a little nervous. You could see it in your eyes. You got wired on me just a little bit. Really a nice job though in terms of consistency and presentation. I thought super solid. Young man that's going to come third does a really, really nice job. Just a solid, phenomenal, foundational kind of showman. I like his style. I like his demeanor out here in terms of presentation. When I flipped you, you got your sheep way out of line. You didn't do yourself any justice in terms of trying to keep that sheep looking its best out here. But I tell you, bud, you are a flat good showman in terms of just the ability to get one presented for me. Young man in the yellow shirt, he's probably the one out here that's got as much flair and pizzazz in the ring in terms of look and style. I love that about him. He gets a little bit fast for me. When the pressure gets up, you get faster. Don't let it change your speed. Just do what you know to do. Really good from that standpoint. She's one of those that wants to dance a little bit on you, but phenomenal job. Young lady coming next, without a doubt, sweetheart, you got the hardest sheep to show out here in terms of just one that wants to get comfortable and set. You're a rock star in terms of front end presentation out here and how you get the neck and front end set on this one. You stay off the ears. You give me all the breed character look you can. She's one that just doesn't get comfortable for you. And when I pulled you, she was really fighting you and those kind of things. Phenomenal job with a tough sheep. Young lady coming next. This sheep seems to be one of those automatics. She just kind of does her thing and you leave her alone. Make sure you get that neck set at the right angle coming out of the top of her blade. Got to get that nose down a little bit for me in terms of presentation out here. And but both you two young ladies that are coming right here, make sure, I'm big and fat and slow, gals. It's easy to stay with me. When I come around the corner, both of you lost to me a little bit on that one time and got on the wrong side. Just stay with me. Young lady with the real stout you there does a phenomenal job. Again, at times you set her front end a little far forward. Make sure you keep her set square underneath her. Young lady next, you do a phenomenal job. But if you're going to show down, you got to make sure you keep her top up. She wants to drop her top on you. Young lady coming next, just relax just a little bit for me. That sheep wants to fight you a little bit, get her nose up. Gal, you got the second toughest job out here with that one. She's one that's, anytime you're showing a baby doll, it's always tough just because of their size and their center of gravity. You do a great job once you get her parked. It's getting her moving is what kind of hurts you just a little bit. Fantastic, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on our class number 3, our 18-year-olds. First place goes to entry 12074, Jordan Leininger of Indiana. Second place to 12079, Emily Taylor from Ohio. Third to Brock True. 4, Carson Knettle. 5, Adeline Kendall. Sixth place to Mallory Bowers. 7, Cheney Tennant. 8th place, Isabel Lowry. 9, Leah Hutchhausen. And 10, Brooklyn O'Brien. Entering the ring, we now have class number 4, our 17-year-olds. In the makeup area, we need contestants in class 5, our 16-year-olds. Exhibitors on the outside of the ring in this class, you are excused. Thank you so much for your participation in showmanship today. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit.
Well, I tell you, an incredible set of showmen in this particular drive, and I think one of the deepest ones we've had, just in terms of showmen that just can get them shown and presented extremely well. I think these top 4 or 5 really, really competitive out here, and then you get into the top 3, and they're so nice in terms of presentation style. I think the young lady that wins the class, I'll be honest with you, gal, if that you would just get comfortable on the move for you, you're a rock star in terms of presentation. What you do with front end style, how you set the feet, and the comfort you get when you get her parked, that's what separates you in this drive for me. Extremely good in terms of front end presentation on a breed that sometimes is a little tough to get them to mellow out and show sometimes out here. Phenomenal job in terms of just style and presentation. Hopefully when you come back, she'll be comfortable enough to kind of get out and go. Young lady is going to come second. I think another one that does an incredible job, just natural on the head of the sheep. Extremely comfortable in terms of correctness of how she handles the front end of that sheep. I like that. This one's one that's a little flightier. She just doesn't get comfortable for you at times, and so as a result, her rear legs kind of get a little east-west on you sometimes when you're trying to set her. And I think you're one of those that you want to get her right, and so sometimes you work with them and try to get them right, and she just doesn't do it. But you're so good from that presentation. I think a phenomenal job. Young lady going to come next, I think does an incredible job. You're sure in this top 3, extremely competitive. You do a wonderful job in terms of presentation and style. I like how you get this sheep presented for me. Really do a nice job. There towards the end, we got into a little foot issue behind in terms of trying to get her set right and get her presented for me, but a phenomenal job. Next 2 young ladies, I think both of you do an incredible job. When I asked you to turn there at the end, both of you turned the wrong direction. It hurt you just a little bit. But a phenomenal job by both of you. You both have great show ring presence. One thing I would say for both of you is relax just a little bit for me. Just mellow out and enjoy the ride with this thing, because you guys are phenomenal showmen in terms of presentation and style. Young lady that comes next probably at times gets a touch more aggressive. Make sure with this one that you keep your top line pulled together as best you can. Really a nice job. Occasionally get the nose just a touch high for me, but a phenomenal job. Young lady coming next got the little sheep. I think probably has as much showing flair and look out here as anybody we've got. I love your front end presentation and how you get this one put together for me. Only thing I would say is you have a tendency with this one to overstretch her just a little bit. And when you do that, she kind of loses her hip loin just a touch out here. Incredible job in a super tough class. The young lady that's going to come next, I think your advantage over the young man is you're just slower, you're smoother, you're more comfortable. Got to rock that neck back just a touch more for me in terms of presentation, but an incredible job. Young man, you're an aggressive booger now. You like to get them showed and presented, and I appreciate your demeanor in the ring. Got to slow down just a little bit. I'm seeing you sometimes more than I'm seeing the sheep. Young lady on the end, super, super nice job. Times the sheep just didn't necessarily cooperate with you in terms of holding herself together. Great job, guys. Congratulations on the top end.
Placing on class number 4, our 17-year-olds. First place goes to entry number 12130, Josie Baird of Ohio. Second place, 12116, Lydia Poole of Illinois. Third to 12115, Lindsay Schmall. 4 to Madison Feehan. 5, Hope Barker. 6th place, Maddie Hogger. 7, Caroline Groth. 8th place, Delaney Facky. 9 to Ty Thorson. And 10, Kate Bowers. Entering the ring, we now have our 16-year-olds. 16-year-olds are now entering the ring. 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 16-year-olds are now Exhibitors on the outside of the ring, you're now excused from the class. We ask that you exit down at the south end. Thank you so much for participating in today's showmanship classes. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
What a phenomenal set of showmen in this particular class. I think these top two just incredible in terms of their ability to get these sheep showed. And I would say for both of you, I'd like to see you drop the noses on those sheep just a little bit when you get them out here. Both of you show very similar in terms of style, in terms of presentation and look out here. The difference for me, I think the young lady's more comfortable in terms of hand placement, in terms of how she handles the front end of that sheep. She's more relaxed with her hands in terms of how she gets it presented for me. And actually, when I get in on them, it actually gets slower, and I appreciate that. Young man wants to tighten up on me just a little bit. Maybe at times, particularly on the move and things, gets a little bit fast. But man, you are a phenomenal showman in terms of aggressiveness and power, and look out here, do a phenomenal job getting that sheep presented. Young lady is going to come in third. I think a phenomenal job, sweetheart, for a sheep of that size. How you handle that one and manipulate and place the feet on that one's just exceptional out here. I think what got you just a little bit, when I flipped you, you never got that sheep square to the ring, and then it kind of took away from presentation just a little bit. You are an incredible showman, and I hope you know that and understand that. Phenomenal job out here. Young man is going to come forth. I tell you, bud, you were in the lead in this thing for a long time to win it. I like your style. I like your demeanor. I love how you get the sheep presented when you get her parked and put together. When we switched sides, she kind of blew up on you. It happens. It happens. Don't feel like you dropped the ball anywhere. She let you down just a little bit in the end of the thing. Great job. Young man is going to come next. When she'll cooperate, man, you are as good as there is in the ring. You are smooth. You're deliberate. You got that look in terms of presentation. She fights you with her head just a little bit. She's one that just never gets comfortable on those rear feet, and so she dances on you a touch. But a phenomenal job in terms of presentation and style. Young lady that's going to come next. Sweetheart, you are the best on the lead in terms of how you present this sheep when you get it on the move. For one that wants to run away with you, you really do a phenomenal job of presenting this one. Great in terms of front end presentation. At times you're much like the other young man. You get a little bit fast when you try to set her, and I think part of that is she is a little more aggressive from that standpoint, but an incredible job. Young lady, it's going to come next. Really a nice job. I love how smooth you are. You're tremendously good in terms of front-end presentation. What got you down the line just a little bit, a couple of times I got you and the rear feet weren't quite right, and it hurt just a little bit in a class this competitive. Incredible job. Young lady, it's going to come next. Again, super nice job out here. Just make sure, sweetheart, if you're going to show down, you got to keep the top of that sheep up just to make sure we get the right look. Great front end presentation, super good. Young lady going to come next. Sweetheart, you overstretch her just a little bit, and then just like now, her rear feet are back just a little far forward, and her front feet are a little far forward, so it takes away from her look just a little bit. Young man coming next, great show ring presence. Got to slow down just a little bit for me. She gets a little wired, got to drop the front end. My buddy here on the end, young man, you're a phenomenal showman. It happens sometimes. Don't give up, buddy. Good job.
Placing on that class of 16-year-olds, first place goes to entry 12-143, Caroline Mattingly of Kentucky. Second place to entry 12182, Drew George of Michigan. Third, Courtney Copeland. Fourth place to Eric Taylor. 5, Braxton Sedgwick. Sixth place, Lily Williamson. 7, to Anna Weber. 8th place, Hensley Hortz. 9, Brooklyn Gold. And 10, Grady Callahan.
I tell you, a phenomenal group of showmen in this senior division here to North American. Give them a nice round of applause, if you would. Undoubtedly, one of the greatest honors is to be able to come out and hunt for the belt buckle and showmanship here on the Green Shavings, and you guys are doing such an incredible job. I mean, the 10 of you that are out here, you're world class in terms of ability to get these sheep shown and presented. You're super smooth, you're deliberate in terms of your presentation. Sometimes it comes down to how the sheep cooperate, because it's at this level of competition, guys, you're competing with the best in the country. And you need to understand that you know, just little bitty things that get you beat in this kind of deal, and whether this old guy happened to see it or not is whether it's your lucky day or not. I think it comes down to me in the end. There's two showmen out here that I guess as I watch them show and watch them present their sheep, they're so comfortable that they do the little things, but yet they're so relaxed in terms of how they get it done. Your champion showman is just a little more polished for me today in terms of really getting the sheep presented right for me in terms of look. Always got the sheep set right. Really nice in terms of not being satisfied with close enough. Your reserve champion showman, I think, very much like them in terms of style and presentation. At times doesn't get the front feet quite as nice as I'd like to see in terms of just getting them dead 100% perfect, but in a phenomenal showman. It's been my pleasure, guys. Give them another nice round of applause. I'm going to congratulate your two senior champions.
Senior Division champion goes to our Class 2 winner, entry number 12057, Shaylee Maddox of Oklahoma. The reserve champion, Class 4 winner, our 17-year-olds, entry number 1213, Josie Baird of Ohio. We're going to take a few pictures with the judge in the ring before we bring in our next class, Class 6, which is our 15-year-olds. This is your final call to be in the makeup area. Class 6, 15-year-olds in the makeup area, final call.
Well, I think it's headed in the somewhat right direction, in the fact that these youth have an opportunity to come here and exhibit cattle in the eastern part, or from any place in North America. They can come and exhibit cattle here at the Kentucky Exposition Center, and there's no better place to show a cow.
Just to give you a little history about the North American, in 1974, the first North American Livestock Expo was held November 17 to 23 in 74 at the Kentucky Fair and Expo Center in Louisville. The 7-day exposition was initially produced cooperatively by 2 state agencies, the Kentucky State Fair Board and the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. And Harold Workman, beef and swine show supervisor for the latter, was appointed secretary manager. Then, as far as the sheep show goes, in 1975, the last International Livestock Exposition was held in Chicago, where it had been an industry shaping event since 1900. The North American Livestock Exposition, now in its second year, was positioned to inherit the legacy, but organizers were also shaping the expo to reflect the needs of the modern livestock industry. Above all, they were crafting an exhibitor-focused show. The sheep division was added in 1975 to the North American with 1,443 entries representing 13 breeds. Mr. Bob Hall was the first chair of the Sheep Advisory Committee, a post that he held through 2012. Then in 1992, besides expanding to include the llamas and alpacas, also the Exposition Center opened the South Wing A, which was 130,000 square foot exposition space, now designated as A for South Wing, and that's whenever the sheep barn moved to this new location. Exhibitors on the outside of the ring, thank you for your participation. You are excused. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring, please.
Really a nice class of showmen in this particular drive. I think these top 4 or 5 showmen really competitive. The top 2 I thought really close out here as we got into the final battle. And I'll be honest with you, the deciding factor for me came down when I asked you to turn and face the other direction. One showman, you both turned the right way. One showman kind of got on the wrong side and hurt him just a little bit there. But both you guys, phenomenal showmen. Young lady probably shows off a little more. The young man shows upright a little more, and both are fine. I don't have a problem with either one. Both of you are phenomenal showmen. The young lady's going to drop third. I think does a really nice job out here in terms of presentation. At times, the rear foot placement got you just a little bit. She's one of those that wants to cave in just a little bit on the ground. Make sure you keep her set as square as you can, but phenomenal job. Young lady there in the orange sweater, I think, does a really nice job. Caught you one time with the foot really off and kind of had to have a little guidance from ringside to kind of get that thing put back together, but really a nice job in terms of front end presentation and comfort. Young man coming next, I had you kind of all over the board out here because at times, just like now, super solid, smooth, deliberate. But when things don't go right for you, you face a little adversity, you get really fast. Just stay the same. Just stay the same. Just mellow and smooth. Super nice job. Young lady coming next. They just kind of kept moving you up in the thing because, there when I didn't pull you on the initial pull, we had the sheep off just a little bit, but I think it was just a matter of you trying to keep the thing set as best you could because that one doesn't get real comfortable out here for you in terms of setting those feet. I like your style. I like your demeanor in terms of presentation. Really nice. Young lady coming next. Again, super nice job. Make sure, sweetheart, that you don't turn that front end away from me when you're at a distance because it kind of gets that sheep out of balance just a little bit in terms of tallness of front. But a really nice job. The young lady coming next, super nice job. Again, it's just a situation of accuracy of foot placement, just a little bit that dropped you. Young lady coming next, you got a tough one to show, gal. That one's kind of got some vinegar in that one. Just relax. If you're going to go into the brace, make sure you do get into the chest floor with that thing. Don't brace too high. Young man coming next. It's just a matter, both of you young men, got to slow down. Both of you are really good. For me, the young man there that's in ninth, got to get off the ears. In the breeding sheep show, I want you off the ears. And just in terms of breed character, young men there on the end, just relax. Great job, guys. Congratulations.
Results of our class number 6, our 15-year-olds. First place goes to entry 12216, Holly Howard of Indiana. Second place to 12215, Wyatt Wiersbicki of Missouri. Third to 12221, Olivia Porter. 4 to Ryan Liggett. 5 to Quentin Durer. Sixth place, Carly Berkheimer. Seventh place to Blair Sanchez. Eighth place to Riley McGee. 9, Elise Swanson. And 10th place to Caden Durer. Contestants on the outside of the ring, you are now excused. Please exit at the south end of the show ring. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Again, a really highly competitive group of young people in this particular drive. I think those two young men on the top end of the class just kind of sort themselves out real nice for me. Both of them extremely polished, extremely accurate in terms of putting the sheep together. Both of them really do a phenomenal job just in terms of being comfortable and at ease in terms of what's going on. I think the young man up front just does a nicer job of really getting the top line put together better on his sheep, but they both do an incredible job. Young lady in third, it's just rear foot placement that got her a couple of times out here. I think she does an incredible job just in terms of being comfortable and relaxed at the head of the sheep. Just a really, really nice job. Young lady that's going to come forth. You have tremendous show ring presence, gal. I mean, you're intimidating almost to watch in terms of that natural swagger you've got in the ring. You've got one that's a little bit tough to show. I mean, obviously, he's got a little more fire in his belly. Got to get his nose down just a little bit for me in terms of his look out here. But a great, great job. Young lady coming next. Again, super nice job. I can just reiterate the same words that I used with this young lady. Got to get the nose down for me. Here's one we got to get that top line a little better. The Black Sheep's one was a little tough to show at times, wanting to jump and fight. Never gets real comfortable out here. But you don't let it bother you. You stay comfortable and relaxed, and I appreciate that. Young lady, I thought you were the one going to win this thing when I had you on the initial poll. You really have tremendous showing presence, super comfortable out here. As the drive went on, we just got that sheep in a position where we never had the rear feet right. We always had them off just a little bit. Really a nice job, though, in terms of presentation. Young lady coming next, you got one that gets a little bit straight behind, so you got to make sure you get those rear feet set right on that one. Great front end presentation. Young man in the pink does a really nice job. Super aggressive as you watch him show. Got to slow you down just a little bit for me, but I thought a nice job. Young lady is more comfortable, but at times I think when you watch her get the sheep stretched just a little bit for me in terms of length of set off the rear legs. Young man coming next. Great job. Slow down just a nickel out here. Got to work on top line trueness. Great class.
Placing on the class of 14-year-olds. That's our class number 7. First place to 12:30.02, Riker Beckmeyer of Illinois. Second place to Sawyer Lease, 12:2.80. Sawyer is from Pennsylvania. Third place to Hannah Bridges, 4 to Annie Sailing, 5 to Molly McCullough, 6 Keegan Stanky, 7 Lydia Wilson, 8th place Francesca Volpe, 9 Lucas Wilson, and 10th place to Madison Abel. Contestants, those of you on the outside of the ring, you are excused. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring to the south, please.
I tell you guys, this class is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal in terms of quality, way down the line. And I'll be honest with you, this is about as much fun as a fat boy can have in public. Now, it's just when they're this good and they're this consistent way down here, it just makes it phenomenal out here. These top three now, they are absolutely just on point tonight. This afternoon at this point, and I think, you know, there at the end, you know, it was kind of, I did something where we hadn't done it all day, and, you know, how did you handle that? Where did you get on the right side? Did you turn right? And I think this young man's one that he just doesn't make any mistakes. He's solid, he's consistent, he's effortless in terms of his presentation. That sheep always looks right, he always gets it put together. And then that last little deal there where we kind of did something different, he just handled it ultra correctly. And I think one that just puts together a tremendous job of showing presence and the ability to get this thing presented. Young lady that's going to come second really does a nice job. Smooth, deliberate, gets this sheep presented extremely well. Occasionally gets the nose just a little bit high, but she works at trying to get it down. Had a little more trouble in terms of the turn thing there, in terms of how do I get on the right side as quick as I can. And don't let those things fluster you. You know, every one of you know the things to do. Just cross over and go. Cross over and go. Young lady is going to come third. Super solid, very consistent. She's one of those showmen that you just don't see out here. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a great way. She's just consistent and solid. Always got the nose set down right. Extremely nice job. Probably had the most challenge out there in that turning thing in terms of trying to get it put together, but a phenomenal job. Young lady with the blue sheep, gal, you have phenomenal show ring presence. You just demand judges to look at you. And that sheep helps you from that perspective in terms of how you present her front end. When I pulled you, it kind of got in a situation she just wasn't comfortable off her rear feet and she wouldn't set for you. But what a phenomenal job the entire drive. Young lady with the spotted one there, I think, gal, you do a great job. Occasionally, you want to lay that head up on your shoulder just a little bit. And for me, that's just kind of one of my no-nos. I want the noses down. I want them front end presented. For me, I like your style. I like your technique. Just make sure you always get that front end presented right for her. Young lady, actually, both young ladies that are coming next, you all do a phenomenal job in terms of presentation. It just kind of comes down to accuracy of getting them put together. Both of you showing down. Make sure you keep their tops up if you're going to show down from that perspective. Young man coming next does a great job. You're in fifth gear, partner. Put it in fourth. Put it in fourth. Slow down just a little bit for me, but a phenomenal job. Young lady with the big Suffolk you kind of got that cattle thing going on with your feet there just a little bit. I don't mind it. Just don't do it when I'm looking at you, okay? Same thing. You're kind of in fifth gear. Slow down just a little bit. Just get comfortable out here. Young man, same situation. Gets a little fast, a little more weather style in terms of presentation. For me, don't let me see you popping them, okay? Not in a breeding sheep show. Okay, we just don't do that. So we get on down the line. You guys all do a phenomenal job. Just some little things that got you pulled. Great, great class, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Class 8 are 13-year-olds. First place goes to 12-3-2-3, Ephraim Fowler of Ohio. Second place to 12-3-3-5, Abigail Mattingly of Kentucky. Third to Sarah Wilson. Fourth place, Hudson Hortz. Fifth place, Brianna Fisher. Sixth place, Taylor Workman. 7 to Madeline Crouch. Eighth place, Jasper Shuck. 9, Paige Minter, and 10, Andrew Dix. Contestants on the outside of the ring, thank you for your participation. You are excused. Please exit at the south end. And folks, let's give these contestants a nice round of applause as they leave.
Another really highly competitive class on the top end of this particular drive. I think these top four really do a nice job, and it's just some little differences when you get into them. I think the young man on the top end's just won just the whole class dead on point in terms of getting this one presented. He's got that extra swagger and confidence that at this age is really hard to get in some of these young people. I love his demeanor in the ring, just gets that and presented to a really high level. Young lady that's going to come second, I think, really does a nice job. Very consistent and solid in terms of her presentation. At times doesn't have the rear legs just quite perfect in that one for me, but I think a really nice job. Young man that's going to come third. Overshows just a little bit. It's got that little bit of extra step to him, but he gets the sheep presented so well. He's really good in terms of front end presentation. Really like this one in terms of a young man that gets in and gets him presented. I would, for me, you kind of do the cheerleader split a little more than maybe we need to, just from a comfort and an ease standpoint. Drop your nose on this sheep just a little bit for me, but a phenomenal job. Young lady is there in the purple. I thought you were one of them that really was a contender to win this thing initially in the drive. Just solid and consistent. You get your sheep shown extremely well. Once I turned you, if you'll remember, I looked at you a long time. Front feet were completely off. Stuck you fourth because of it. Young lady going to come next, sweetheart. Got to get the top up on this sheep just a little bit. She's one that wants to break in her hip loin. So if you're going to show her down, make sure you work on that to try to get that fixed in her. Young lady coming next. Excellent job. Really a nice job in terms of just being smooth and deliberate. You've got one you tend to overstretch just a little bit. And it takes away from her balance on side. Young lady with the natural there, you're a brave soul, gal. That one's a tough one to show because she just never gets really comfortable and relaxed. You've got that look. You've got that professional showman look out here in terms of your ability to show and present and how you lay the front end out there. She just didn't help you a whole lot in the drive today. Young lady that's going to come next. Got to work on the hip loin of that one to get the rump right, set right in that one. Wonderful job. Young lady coming next again. Super nice job. At times rear foot placement got you just a little bit. Young man coming next. Super job out here. Really aggressive in terms of wanting to get this one showed. You're kind of like one of the young people a while ago. You're in fifth gear and I need to drop you to fourth. Slow down just a little bit. Got a nice young man here on the end. Just a little more weather type style than I would prefer in a breeding show. Great job, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on our class of 12-year-olds, class number 9. First place goes to 12-403, Caleb Formo, Wisconsin. Second place to 12-370, Madison Dwyer of Minnesota. Third place, Cole Ritter. Fourth place, Riley Smith. 5, Abby Wagner. 6th place, Addison Jordan. 7th place, Morgan Syme. 8th place, Allison Rolls. 9, Alyssa White. And 10 to Cameron McCoy.
Well, once again, a phenomenal division of showmen in this particular age division. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would. Super great set of young people and sure representing their states and their counties and their breeds extremely well. I certainly have been a pleasure to sort through this set. And again, as I said, in the senior division, guys, it's to even make the final cut, to be in the top 8 out here in your age division at Louisville against the best in the nation is such an accomplishment. You know, we all come to Louisville thinking, oh, I'm going to take me a belt buckle home this time. Doesn't happen very often. Everything's got to work right, and it's got to be your day. And you hope that the old fat bald-headed guy will find you, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, but I'm proud of each one of you. What a phenomenal group of showmen. I don't know how many we've had in this division, but apparently half the sheep population in the world was in this age division, and wow, what a great set. I put you in the star for one reason. Sometimes you lose your mind in the star. The person I thought was going to win this thing made a pretty major mistake in the star. They got on the wrong side of the sheep and didn't get it fixed in time, and it hurt them just a little bit. Champion showman in this group's one for me that's just consistent, just solid, gets the sheep showed and does it in an effortless manner. The reserve champion in this group, and it gets really close for reserve out here. I think it comes down to the fact that there's one out here that just has that little bit of extra flair, that little bit of extra swagger that gets you looked at. They do a phenomenal job in presentation. Had this thing, it was theirs to win or lose, and then they made a little bobble in the star and it hurt them. Been my pleasure, guys. Give these kids another nice round of applause. I'll get your champion in reserve.
Our intermediate division champion goes to entry number 12-3-2-3. Out of class number 8, our 13-year-olds Ephraim Fowler of Ohio. The reserve division champion to 12-3-0-2 out of the 14-year-old class, Riker Beckmeyer of Illinois. We'll get a couple of pictures before we bring that next class in.
We in the department, State Department, along with the USDA, in keeping up with what's going on in the industry across this country and in the world, as a matter of fact, you had to be aware and you had to be on guard. You didn't want to bring something in here that would spread throughout this country. So, you know, that's a big responsibility.
At this time, contestants that are on the outside of the ring are excused from the class. Thank you for your participation. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Really nice class of showmen as we started in this junior division. I think the young lady up front just kind of rises to the top for me. At times wants to prop that nose just a skosh higher than I'd prefer. But I think where she got around the other two is on that last handle. I come along the front. When I went to handle each of those sheep, she was the only one that got back in. She was the one that was a little more timely in terms of her presentation, does a phenomenal job of getting this one put together. Maybe at times wants to manhandle that one just a little bit, but I think does a phenomenal job. The young man's got that extra shot of swagger. I like his extreme confidence out here in the ring. I think it was really close on the top end, and it's just that little bitty deal right there at the end that kind of decided it for me. I think he did a nice job. Young lady, it's going to come third. Sweetheart, if you're going to show down on that, you make sure you don't lay that front end forward in her. You got to get the neck up in her to get the right look to her front end, but a phenomenal job. Young lady coming next, better in terms of front end presentation, and I appreciate that. Occasionally you want to overrock that one just a little bit, set her a little far forward out of her front end, but really a nice job in terms of just being collected and calm and relaxed. Same thing with the young lady next. I thought a very consistent job. That's one of those sheep you got to work on. Make sure you don't overstretch her because she's breaking in her hip loin just a tick out here. We want to make her look the part. Young man's got a tough job. That sheep doesn't always want to set for you, and she's big, so it makes it hard to really get her rear feet right. Do a nice job, though. You kind of give her the death grip on her neck just a little bit. Give me just a touch more finesse off your front end, but a super job. Young man coming next got a real stout one there that you kind of manhandle just a little bit. Got to drop the nose on that one. You got to, if you're going to show her in the brace, which you typically do, you got to get more into that lower shoulder just to kind of cover that chest for her. Young lady, you got a tough job with that one. You do a phenomenal job of getting her presented. She's wired just a little bit tight when you get her out here, and so setting her feet's a challenge. She doesn't like you to mess with them. But when you get her set upright, man, you do a great job of getting her to look. She just fights you so much getting to that point. I thought you did incredible. Young man does a really nice job. Same thing, you do. Your ability to show is excellent. This sheep just won't let you hardly get a hold of her rear legs and get her set. Young lady coming next. Gal, you got tremendous look and show ring presence. I initially thought you were one of the contenders when you came in because you're giving me that look in that eye. Got to watch your foot placement. That's what got you. Great job, guys.
Results of our 11-year-old class. First place to 12-421, Anna Grace Growth of Kentucky. Second to 12-451, Reed Coleman of Ohio. Third place, Celie Bledsoe. 4, Claire McCullough. Fifth place, Charlie Ryan. Sixth place, Foster King. 7, Owen Stinky. Eighth place, Arabella Clifton. 9, Carter Hebertshausen. And 10 to Faith Lehman. Contestants that are on the outside of the ring, you are excused from the class. Thank you for participating. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit.
I tell you guys, these two young ladies on the top end of this class, they are dead serious about this game out here. They are so intense. Just both of them, from the time they walked in the ring till they get down to this point, I mean, they stare. I can feel the holes in me. They're just staring at you, and they're so intense. But yet they get these sheep showed extremely well. I think the young lady up front, when I switched you off for showing off the offside, your sheep just responded to you, and that's kind of what set you in to win the thing. Phenomenal job. This young lady that's going to come second, gal, you got a stick to it attitude now. You kept trying her and kept trying her, and when it didn't work, just set her on the other side and step across. That's all you can do. Phenomenal job. Young lady coming third, just consistent and solid. I think a little more correct in terms of front end presentation for me than the young man that's going to come fourth. I thought a phenomenal job all the way on this top end. Young man in fourth, great job. Sometimes you get her nose just a little bit high for me. Kind of give me a little more of that weather look with that one, but an incredible job. Young lady with the black sheep, I think, does a super nice job just in terms of doing the right things, trying to get this one shown. She's the one that doesn't necessarily want to set for you when you go in to work with her, but really do a nice job. Young man's going to come next. Super job. Got to give me a little more head control with that one. Watch your rear feet just a touch. Young lady coming next. Got to drop the nose for me. One gets a little high. Got to watch your rear foot placement. The two young people that are going to come next, both of you guys, when I got on your offside, and you were making you lead off of your offside, you didn't change sides. You showed off the wrong side. So you got between me and the sheep. Little buddy down here on the end, she's a little tough, partner. Don't give up on me. Everybody's had that happen to them in their show career. Great job, guys. Congratulations.
Results of class number 11, our 10-year-old class. First place goes to entry 12-462, Landry Krieger of Indiana. Second place to 12-469, Tommy Joy Hensley of Tennessee. Third place, Brianna Moeller. 4, Wes Thunderberg. 5, Lydia Henry. 6, Owen Atwater. 7, Bristol Buckland. 8, Colby Galando. 9, Miranda Moneyheffer. And 10, Tate Stevens. Exhibitors on the outside of the ring, you are excused from your class. Thank you very much for your participation. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Once again, a phenomenal group of showmen on the top end of this class, and I think those top 4 or 5 showmen really, really competitive out here. Young lady that's going to lead out the drive, I think just the most consistent. She doesn't make many mistakes out here. She's very accurate in terms of putting this one together. Really does a nice job on front end presentation, and I think just was the one that kind of does it effortlessly out here, and that's what sets her apart. Young lady that's going to come next, I think one that, as you watch her set this sheep, probably has to do just a little more work to try to get this one's rear feet set right. But she doesn't quit on me. She keeps working at it. Had a little trouble over there right at the end that kind of divided it up just a little nicer for me. But I thought a phenomenal job, sweetheart. Just a super good job of showing this thing. Young man's going to come third. I mean, you'd really do a great job, but occasionally you get the nose just a little high. Like now, when I asked you to make that turn there at the end, you kind of went the wrong direction for me. And so it just got you on the wrong side, and so you had to switch again and those kind of things. But a super, super nice job. Young lady is going to come next, a little more aggressive perhaps in terms of bracing style. Nothing wrong with that, sweetheart. Just make sure when you do that, you got to keep the top down on that sheep just a little bit because she wants to roach on you. Young lady coming next. Now, you work as hard as anybody out here, gal. You do all the little things to try to fix this sheep, and I appreciate that. I thought when I had you down here, you were sure one of them in contention to win the thing. Got to slow down just a little bit for me. You get just a little bit fast. Don't do it to the point that you're just going through the motions to do it. Do it discreetly so that the sheep looks the part. Great job. Young lady coming next got a hard one to show. This one's one that sometimes for foot placement is hard to get right on this one. But boy, you have great show ring presence. You're really, really good in terms of your demeanor in the ring. Got to watch your front feet just a little bit. Make sure you don't get them up under her too far. Young lady coming next, super, super nice job. Both these young ladies right here, really a nice job in terms of showing the sheep. Just a couple of things. You've got one that wants to break in and slow, and yours is a little off in its hip. If you're going to show down, make sure you get the top up, or in your case where you're not down, got to get those rear feet up more up under that sheep to kind of square the top. Young man with the horn to you, I think, does a really nice job. She's tough to handle just in terms of getting her to lead on the halter and those things. And when I get on the opposite side of you, it's a little bit of a challenge because you're showing on the halter. But a super nice job. 2 here on the end. Great job, guys. Got to give me just a little more neck upright on this one. Young man in the back, got to give me just a touch more control. Both of you got on the wrong side of your sheep a couple of times. Great job, guys. Congratulations.
Results of Class 12, our 9-year-old class. First place to Ainsley Mendenhall of Indiana. Second place to 12.511 Davy Scheller of Indiana. Third place to 12.505 Lane Wyatt. Fourth to Savannah Artman. Fifth place to Isabella Thompson. Sixth to Ava Dog. Seventh place, Violet Shoemaker. Eighth place, Caden McCoy. 9, Blake Hunt. And 10, Brooklyn Johnson. Exhibitors on the outside of the ring, you are excused. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit. Thank you so much for your participation in Showmanship.
that was a pretty exciting one with our big blow up out here, but the kids handled it well. And my hat's off to you guys in terms of got back in the game and doing what you're supposed to do. This is one of these classes where you got to make a judgment call, style of showmanship and those kind of things. I think the young lady that's going to lead out the drive is a unique showman. She's showing true breeding sheep style, and I appreciate that. Even more so for a sheep of that size, she's setting rear feet. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive when she does that, and she does it correctly. She gets them set right, and I think that's what sets her apart out here for me. Young lady that's going to come second, she shows a little more what I'd call weather style, and again, it's for each to determine whether you like that or not. She gets the front end up. She's always got this one set pretty square and those kind of things. She kind of bump sets this one in terms of trying to set feet, particularly off the rear too. But she's always got it set right, and I think that speaks very highly. For me, we got to get the nose down. We got to have just a little more smoothness and finesse off the front end for that one for me. Young lady that's in third, I like her style better with respect to breeding sheep in terms of front end presentation, in terms of setting feet. The issue becomes she just too many times the feet weren't right, particularly off the rear feet, and if anything, got this show side rear leg a little bit way too far forward for me, and it just kind of messes the sheep's balance up a touch. But what a phenomenal job. Young man coming next, really a nice job, partner, and I like the job that you do out here in terms of presence and ability to get this one presented. Get the nose too high for me. We got to set that nose down. We got to get off the ears of that sheep occasionally when you go into power bracing that one. But it's just a matter of some little things. It's personal preference. Young lady coming next does a nice job. Again, gets a little heavy with the ears for me when I get into this one. Got this one a little overstretched too much for me in terms of presentation. But you're working hard at it, girl, and I recognize that and appreciate it. Young lady with the big Suffolk U does a phenomenal job. Hard to get to those rear legs. They're just too far back there, but you're smooth, you're deliberate. I like your presentation style. Front end's always up. You do it right. I think once you get a little bigger and you can get those rear feet, you're going to be a tremendous showman, young lady. Young lady that's coming next does a nice job. I think in terms of just getting that neck set right and trying to get this one put together. I think what happens sometimes when I come in to handle this one, it's a control situation just a little bit. Young man does a really nice job. Again, gets the nose a little high, gets the spine up in the air. My two here on the end do a nice job. Young lady, it's just foot placement, accuracy. The young man didn't step out as I came in the front. Great job, these little guys. I'm proud of you. Congratulations.
Placing on class number 13 in our junior showmanship division, these are our 8-year-olds. First place goes to entry 12.530, Delaney Crouch of Illinois. Second place to 12.526, Henley Bontrager of Indiana. Third place, Riggin Klotz. Fourth place, Nathan Workman. 5, Elizabeth Perswigs. 6, Casey Silva. 7, Emily Wilds. 8, Hudson Fleener. 9th place, Harper Ryan. And 10th place, Brody Boyd. Contestants on the outside of the ring, you are excused from the class. Thank you so much for your participation. Let's give them a nice round of applause as those contestants leave the ring.
Well, I apologize for taking a little more time on these little guys, but my favorite thing in the world is judging these little guys because I love to talk to them, and man, you find out all kinds of information when you talk to these little guys. And mamas and daddies, I got good news and I got bad news. I asked them all if they had a boyfriend or girlfriend. Well, the bad news, I guess, is some of them's got one. I asked one if, when they said they had one, I said, does mom and daddy know? And they said, no. Those that don't have one, the good news is they say they're not looking for one. So I guess that's good. I think you get into this set on the top end, man, those top two are deadly. When you're talking about 8 and under age young people setting rear feet on these things, that's impressive. It's not just a bump and pull thing. I mean, they are getting them showed. And when I got down to that final 3 and I asked them to turn, 2 of them turned correctly, 1 turned incorrectly, but one of them who turned correctly wound up getting on the wrong side. And so that's kind of where it fell out for me. The young man that's going to lead the drive, not only has he got pretty swanky hair laid up there, he's a pretty good showman too. Really cool up on the front end. You watch him, he shows up and down, he sets feet, he sets rear feet. He just gets it showed, and I think does a phenomenal job. Young lady's just a touch more aggressive, and I like that. That's what made this thing really close for me. Got on the wrong side on me a little bit on the turn there, but man, can you flat show sheep, gal. You're smooth, you're deliberate, you're setting rear feet already. It's a phenomenal job. You're going to win a lot of butt buckles in your life, girl. Young lady, it's going to come third. I think just, again, super nice job, very deliberate in terms of presentation. She's the one of the top 3 that's got the swagger now. She comes out here with every intention of winning this thing, and I like that about you, young lady. Kind of turned wrong on me there at the end, but a phenomenal, phenomenal job. Young lady coming next, really a nice job as you lead that sheep in terms of front-end presentation. I think you do a marvelous job. Maybe has a little more trouble in terms of trying to get the feet set, but great job. Young person coming next, really intense in terms of eye contact. I like the job this young person does. Maybe at times not quite as accurate in terms of getting the feet square underneath the corners of this one, but a super, super nice one. Young lady again next. Rear feet get her just a little bit, but boy, she works hard at it. She's intense, got great eye contact. Young lady with the black one, sweetheart, you do a marvelous job. That sheep's a little hard to show. You've never quit on me. You kept working at it. Nice job. Young man coming next, I think, does a phenomenal job. Got crossed up on me there at the end when I pulled him, and that hurt him just a touch. My 2 down here on the end got on the wrong side as we were leading the sheep. But just a phenomenal class of these little guys. Proud of all of you. Congratulations. 10 more years showing on the green shavings. It's going to be fun.
Results from our 7-year-old and under class number 14 for junior sheep, breeding sheep showmanship. First place to 12.588, Tyson Black of Tennessee. Second place to 12.582, Emmylou Reinhardt of Indiana. Third, 12.587, Valerie Poole. Fourth place to 12.579, Quincy Langendorfer. Fifth place to 12.592, Samantha Everhart. Sixth to 12.555, Miley Williams. Seventh place, 12.574, Elizabeth Briggs. Eighth place, 12.586, Colby Jordan. 9 to 12.581, Mackenzie Abel. And 10th place to 12.589, Nash Johnson. Now showing for division champion and reserve in the junior division.
Well, as we wrap up this breeding sheep showmanship with the junior division, I'd ask that you put your hands together and congratulate all these little guys out here. Fabulous job, and certainly been an honor for me to get to do this, and I appreciate the sheep committee here to North American for allowing me to do this. I can remember being at the first one. Now, I haven't been to all 50 of them, but I can remember coming to the first one when it was a long time ago. We'll just leave it there, and it's to stand in these hallowed halls on these green shavings as a judge is an honor, and I don't take it lightly. I like to eat, but I love working with these kids far more than I like to eat, and so it's a big deal to me. I appreciate the opportunity, appreciate all the ring help. I've never seen a situation where one sheep gets loose and all of them do. It's just kind of a freaky thing, and they handled it, and I appreciate their help. I'd ask that you give all the folks that work the ring a nice round of applause for their effort. They do it for the kids. I know they're not getting paid. I used to work here. I understand that very clearly. With that said, I'd also be remiss. This is a pretty special North American for me, especially because those of you who follow me on Facebook know that Alice and I have a daughter from China, and she happens to be here today. So if you get a chance to say something to Bella, it's always an honor to get to judge in front of her, because this is the second sheep show in her life. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. With that said, junior division's interesting. I thought I knew who had it won. And they came out in this deal and got on the wrong side of the sheep for a long time. It happens. It happens. That's part of the learning process, part of the deal of going through this thing. When that happened, then I had to rethink what I liked and what I didn't like out here. Your champion showman in this group makes no mistakes. Solid, consistent, gets them showed, gets them presented. Then it gets close. Do you use what to me is the better showman that made a major mistake, or do you use one who didn't make any mistakes that isn't as polished and isn't as smooth? And that's a decision you got to make. There's not a right answer here. I'm proud of all of you. You all are phenomenal, phenomenal showmen. At your age, every one of you guys are going to have to build an extra room on your barn just to hang all your plaques and trophies and plastic banners and all that kind of stuff. It's been my pleasure, guys. I appreciate the opportunity, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my Lord and Savior for the health to be able to do this. Give them another nice round of applause. I'll get your champion in reserve.
Our junior division champion goes to contestant 12-4-6-2
tremendous change. As is always, the hogs are different than they were. Well, we didn't have hogs 50 years ago, but from the start of the hog show or the swine show here, the swine changes more rapidly probably than anything. But the cattle as such, as I said, that first steer was a big, long-legged, tall animal. They don't go for that as much anymore as they did back at that time.